The committee will please come to order. A quorum is present. The committee meets today pursuant to notice to consider three bills. The chair announces that requests for recorded votes may be postponed pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 of the Rules of the House of Representatives and Committee Rule 14B. Without objection, the chair may recess the committee at any point. Good morning and welcome to the Committee on Education and Workforce. This morning, we're marking up three bills. Taken together, these bills will help children get an excellent education, equip students with the skills they need to succeed in the workplace, and enhance the welfare of boxers while safeguarding their ability to pursue professional opportunities. We'll begin with two bills that expand access to charter schools. Every student deserves a high-quality education that prepares him or her for success later in life. Charter schools provide these opportunities. Stanford's Center for Research on Education Outcomes, CREDO, found that charter schools students, on average, learned the equivalent of an additional 6 days per year in math and 16 additional days in reading. Academic achievement is especially profound for at-risk students. Students in poverty achieve an additional 23 days of learning in reading and 17 days in math. These results are remarkable. We want to make it easier for students to get an education like this. A vital support for charter schools is the Federal Charter School Program. This program ensures that charter schools have the capital they need to access facilities and expand new schools and obtain the technical assistance needed to succeed. Unfortunately, existing CSP code is lengthy, approximately 8,000 words, and contains myriad paperwork requirements. The net effect is increased bureaucracy and making CSP funds harder to access for charter school operators. Representative Ryan McKenzie's H.R. 7082, the FLEX Act, would help fix this problem. This bill premised on a simple idea. Charter schools should be able to focus on what they do best, educating children, not bureaucratic compliance exercises. The bill clarifies that CSP funds can be used to expand programs within existing charter schools, creates flexibility around which CSP sub-program receives funding each year, and slashes red tape that stifles charter school innovation. The other education bill we're marking up will improve the facilities program or sub-program within CSP. Charter schools often struggle to access facilities that they need. For example, unlike charter schools, traditional public schools can raise money for facilities through municipal bonds. Representative Juan Ciscomani's bipartisan Equitable Access to School Facilities Act, H.R. 7086, would strengthen the facilities section of the CSP by simplifying program requirements, opening the program to 23 more states, and incentivizing states to adopt policies that support charter school growth so more students can be served. These are straightforward, common sense reforms to make a good program even better. Neither of these bills authorizes more spending or more federal government interference, nor do they defund traditional public schools. Instead, these bills make it easier for charter schools to access more resources and expand to serve more students. Those are worthwhile goals. I'm proud to support the charter school sector, and this committee is dedicated to making sure charter schools can succeed. The third bill we'll consider this morning is H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, introduced by Representative, I think that's the bell, the round is done, right? Perfect timing, perfect timing. Introduced by Representative Brian Jack. This bipartisan bill would create an alternative system in boxing by permitting the formation of Unified Boxing Organizations, or UBOs, alongside the sport's existing sanctioning bodies, giving fighters more choice in how they can compete. For boxers fighting within UBOs, The bill would strengthen their health and safety protections. This bill also extends additional safety and wage protections for all boxers, regardless of whether they fight inside or outside of a UBO. In short, the bill is designed to give boxers more options, better pay, and stronger safety protections while encouraging the growth and modernization of this historic sport. These bills are key to ensuring that students have access to the education they need and that boxers have improved protections and support as they pursue their careers. The committee is steadfast in protecting students and workers, and we will do everything in our power to ensure everyone has a fair chance to succeed in both school and career. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this week the Joint Economic Committee released a new report finding that in the years since President Trump returned to office, families spent an average of $1,625 more due to inflation. Despite this troubling fact, today we're marking up 3 bills that have nothing to do nothing to lower the cost of living. We start with H.R. 7082, the Fostering Learning and Excellence in Charter Schools Act. The current law sets clear objectives with charter schools. 65% of the funds go to state entities, including state education departments, state charter school authorizing boards, and others, to support the startups, replication, or expansion of high-quality charter schools through subgrants to charter developers with oversight provisions built in to protect students and taxpayers. However, this bill redirects the focus of the program, reducing those funds but to 30%. At the same time, it broadens allowable uses, such as adding or expanding curricular or other offerings and new academic programs or delivery models without defining those terms or what they mean. Meanwhile, the remaining 35% of the funds can be distributed to charter school programs at the Secretary's discretion. This would allow for potential significant increase in charter management organizations, meaning more money for larger, more established management organizations, and less money for new charter developers and ideas, and less money that goes to actual schools for students and teachers. It reduces the funding for technical assistance, dissemination of best practices, and evaluations while watering down what remains for other allowable uses, including facilities and planning. It weakens the transparency and oversight by limiting interim reviews, reports, and peer review of subgrant applications to state entities. Charter schools already close at a far higher rate than traditional public schools, and audits have documented waste, fraud, and abuse. Instead of addressing the issues we know exist in the charter school system, this bill seeks to increase funding for charter school management organizations while reducing transparency and accountability. And that's not flexibility, it's just negligence. The next bill we will deal with is 7086, the Equitable Access to School Facilities Act. Current law already supports charter facilities through credit enhancement through per pupil aid. This bill will expand the role of state entities to assist in locating and accessing charter school facilities. It would also expand allowable uses of funds by charter school developers to include repairs, renovations, and building out of charter school facilities, though it does not define that term, to ensure the building code compliance. It narrows the reporting requirements under the credit enhancement grants by capping the number of years for which reports must be submitted, thereby reducing transparency and accountability. Most notably, it replaces the per pupil aid facilities program with a new state facilities aid program that lacks evaluation or oversight. It establishes priorities that favor states that are already more charter friendly and more charter facilities friendly, effectively ensuring that the number of charter schools will continue to grow quickly in those states. I can't help but find that troublesome because it waives current accountability rules and creates a new expansive program without mechanisms to ensure that there will be effective measures to prevent misuse. If facilities are truly a priority, accountability should increase, not disappear. Finally, the committee will consider H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. I want to begin by acknowledging the good faith conversations we've engaged with from staff to staff. While some progress has been made in a short time, we were unable to reach a total agreement, largely because of the needless rush to mark up the bill today. This program allows for a new kind of business model in boxing called a Unified Boxing Organization, but the UBO, as it's called, does not have to play by the same rules as those currently in the sport. For example, current law protects boxers from exploitation by separating promoters, sanctioning bodies, and managers, and promoting and prohibiting coercive contracts. These same protections do not currently apply to the UBOs. I understand that amendments may be offered to fix the remaining big deficiencies in the bill, and I urge my colleagues to support those amendments. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I would note that while committee Republicans rushed to prioritize this boxing bill as the very first labor bill we're considering in 2026, they have regrettably not shown the same urgency in this Congress when it comes to considering labor bills that might raise wages for workers, or make life more affordable, or make working conditions safer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Without objection, all other members who wish to insert written opening statements into the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. Pursuant to House rules, a copy of the text to be marked up was made available to members and the public at least 24 hours in advance. The bills being marked up today shall be open to amendment at any point, and the chair will allow members to offer amendments in a manner not prohibited by House or committee rules. Without objection, members who have more than one amendment to the bills and wish to offer their amendments en bloc may do so. The committee will now proceed to consideration of Bill H.R. 7082 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7082, a bill to amend the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 in order to provide for greater flexibility in the federal programs supporting the planning and implementation of charter schools.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Representative McKenzie, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082, offered by Mr. McKenzie of Pennsylvania, identifier H.R. 7082_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. McKenzie for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082, the Fostering Learning and Excellence in Charter Schools Act, or the FLEX Act. For decades, the Federal Charter School Program, or CSP, has played an essential role in establishing high-quality public charter schools across the country. Nearly half of charter schools currently operating have relied on this program at some point. At the same time, there is room for improvement within the program. Burdensome requirements and outdated rules are limiting the freedom and flexibility that help to make so many charter schools effective. By limiting schools from accessing funding or responding to the needs of students and families, these rules are limiting some charter schools and their students from achieving their full potential. My legislation, the FLEX Act, makes targeted changes to the existing CSP to provide greater flexibility in how those funds are used. Specifically, the FLEX Act allows CSP funds to be used to expand programs at existing charter schools, so more students can enroll and benefit. In communities like mine in the Lehigh Valley and Poconos, this can help to empower existing schools that have a proven track record of achieving results for students. The bill also clarifies that funds may be used for sustaining operational costs across the life of a grant, reducing confusion and unnecessary bureaucracy for schools. Furthermore, it creates flexibility so funds can be directed to the CSP sub-programs where demand is greatest, rather than being locked into fixed allocations that may not reflect the real needs on the ground. The ANS makes additional changes, such as ensuring that state entities can distribute those funds up front rather than on the reimbursement basis, and it allows up to 15% of national activities funds under CSP to go to charter school developers in states that need more education options. This legislation does not authorize new funding. It simply modernizes an existing federal program so resources can reach students and classrooms more efficiently. I urge my colleagues for their support of this legislation, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Does the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms.
Yes,
Adams, seek to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move strike the last word to.
You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I speak in opposition to this legislation because it weakens accountability in a federal program that has already struggled with oversight, and it does so under the banner of flexibility without grappling with the real consequences. The charter schools program was created to support high-quality public charter schools that serve students well and use taxpayer dollars responsibly. It was never intended to be a blank check, and it was never meant to operate without meaningful planning, transparency, and safeguards. This bill moves us away from that responsibility. It reduces planning requirements, it loosens sustainability expectations, and it expands discretion at the department without strengthening the guardrails that protect students and communities when things go wrong. And we know what happens when those guardrails are weak. We've seen federally funded charter schools that never opened, schools that shut down abruptly, leaving families scrambling mid-year, schools that funneled public dollars into related party contracts, and millions of federal dollars that were never recovered. Those failures did not happen because the rules were too strict. They happened because the rules were too loose. Yet this bill does not address those lessons, and it does not require stronger authorizer oversight. It does not improve financial transparency. It does not require clearer reporting to parents, and it does not address the persistent problem of segregation and exclusion in some charter expansion efforts. Instead, it asks us to believe that fewer requirements will somehow lead to better outcomes. But flexibility without accountability is not innovation. It is risk, and that risk is borne by students and families and taxpayers. And we do not take this approach in other federal education programs. Community colleges are expected to demonstrate fiscal responsibilities. Public school districts must meet planning and reporting standards. Institutions that receive federal aid must show that they are prepared to serve students over time. Charter schools receiving federal dollars should be no different. This bill lowers the bar at a moment when families are demanding more transparencies, not less, more stability, not uncertainty, and more accountability for how public dollars are spent. So if this legislation paired flexibility with stronger oversight, stronger reporting, clearer protections for students, and we could have a serious conversation about improvements. But as written, it tilts the program further away from accountability and towards preventable failure. For those reasons, Mr. Chair, I oppose this bill, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
Mr. Thompson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, vital support for charter schools is the federal charter school program. And I want to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania for his leadership on this bill. Unfortunately, the CSP statute is, I mean, it's lengthy, layered with paperwork requirements, and just results more bureaucracy and a harder path for charter school operators seeking support. And Mr. McKenzie's Flex Act clarifies that CSP funds can be used to expand programs within existing charter schools, creates flexibility around which CSP subprogram receives funding each year, slashes red tape that stifles charter school innovation. The bill does not authorize more spending or more federal government interference, and it does not defund traditional public schools. This bill is grounded in a simple premise. Charter schools should be able to focus on what they do best, educating children, not navigating compliance exercises. HR 7082 maintains appropriate safeguards while making it easier for children to get the education they need. With thousands of students on charter school waiting lists nationwide, students need options, and this bill will help meet that demand. I strongly support this bill. Urge my colleagues to vote in favor, and I yield the balance of my time, the remaining time, to Mr. McKenzie.
targeted changes to the existing CSP to provide greater flexibility in how those funds are used. Specifically, the Flex Act allows CSP funds to be used to expand programs at existing charter schools, so more students can enroll and benefit. In communities like mine in the Lehigh Valley and Poconos, this can help to empower existing schools that have a proven track record of achieving results for students. The bill also clarifies that funds may be used for sustaining operational costs across the life of a grant, reducing confusion and unnecessary bureaucracy for schools. Furthermore, it creates flexibility so funds can be directed to the CSP sub-programs where demand is greatest, rather than being locked into fixed allocations that may not reflect the real needs on the ground. The ANS makes additional changes, such as ensuring that state entities can distribute those funds up front rather than on the reimbursement basis, and it allows up to 15% of national activities funds under CSP to go to charter school developers in states that need more education options. This legislation does not authorize new funding. It simply modernizes an existing federal program so resources can reach students and classrooms more efficiently. I urge my colleagues for their support of this legislation, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Does the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms.
Yes,
Adams, seek to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move strike the last word to.
You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I speak in opposition to this legislation because it weakens accountability in a federal program that has already struggled with oversight, and it does so under the banner of flexibility without grappling with the real consequences. The Charter Schools program was created to support high-quality public charter schools that serve students well and use taxpayer dollars responsibly. It was never intended to be a blank check, and it was never meant to operate without meaningful planning, transparency, and safeguards. This bill moves us away from that responsibility. It reduces planning requirements, it loosens sustainability expectations, and it expands discretion at the department without strengthening the guardrails that protect students and communities when things go wrong. And we know what happens when those guardrails are weak. We've seen federally funded charter schools that never opened, schools that shut down abruptly, leaving families scrambling mid-year, schools that funneled public dollars into related party contracts, and millions of federal dollars that were never recovered. Those failures did not happen because the rules were too strict. They happened because the rules were too loose. Yet this bill does not address those lessons, and it does not require stronger authorizers' oversight. It does not improve financial transparency. It does not require clearer reporting to parents, and it does not address the persistent problem of segregation and exclusion in some charter expansion efforts. Instead, it asks us to believe that fewer requirements will somehow lead to better outcomes. But flexibility without accountability is not innovation. It is risk, and that risk is borne by students and families and taxpayers. And we do not take this approach in other federal education programs. Community colleges are expected to demonstrate fiscal responsibility. Public school districts must meet planning and reporting standards. Institutions that receive federal aid must show that they are prepared to serve students over time. Charter schools receiving federal dollars should be no different. This bill lowers the bar at a moment when families are demanding more transparencies, not less, more stability, not uncertainty, and more accountability for how public dollars are spent. So if this legislation paired flexibility with stronger oversight, stronger reporting, clearer protections for students, and we could have a serious conversation about improvements. But as written, it tilts the program further away from accountability and towards preventable failure. For those reasons, Mr. Chair, I oppose this bill, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do.
Mr. Thompson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, vital support for charter schools is the federal charter school program. And I want to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania for his leadership on this bill. Unfortunately, the CSP statute is, I mean, it's lengthy, layered with paperwork requirements, and just results more bureaucracy and a harder path for charter school operators seeking support. And Mr. McKenzie's Flex Act clarifies that CSP funds can be used to expand programs within existing charter schools, creates flexibility around which CSP sub-program receives funding each year, slashes red tape that stifles charter school innovation. The bill does not authorize more spending or more federal government interference, and it does not defund traditional public schools. This bill is grounded in a simple premise. Charter schools should be able to focus on what they do best, educating children, not navigating compliance exercises. HR 7082 maintains appropriate safeguards while making it easier for children to get the education they need. With thousands of students on charter school waiting lists nationwide, students need options, and this bill will help meet that demand. I strongly support this bill. Urge my colleagues to vote in favor, and I yield the balance of my time, the remaining time, to Mr. McKenzie.
Thank you to the chairman of the Agricultural Committee and my colleague from Pennsylvania for those kind words. I would just like to stress again the importance of this legislation is exactly in response to what we just heard from a previous commenter. The challenges with the current program are that funds are not being directed in the most effective and efficient way possible. And so this legislation actually corrects those problems. That's why we have this legislation before us, so that the monies that are going out from the federal government are going to the most effective charter schools, whether they're an existing program or a new program. The funds can now be in a competitive process with the most options out there, the most schools competing, and let the best opportunities for children and students be the ones that rise to the top and get this grant funding. And so I think it is a great way to actually reform the system, address many of the problems that were rightly addressed. That's what we're trying to fix. We're trying to make sure that monies only go for these charter school programs, again, where they're going to be put to their best use for children and families all across our country. And so again, I would encourage a yes vote, and the opposition that we hear just doesn't hold water here. So I would encourage a yes vote. With that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania yield back?
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, seek to speak to this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the bill and the ANS.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the sponsor said there's room for improvement, and I don't disagree with that, but this bill would open the door for more waste, fraud, and abuse in charter schools by eliminating reporting requirements and oversight mechanisms previously established by Congress. HR 7082 unnecessarily focuses on the expansion of charter management organizations, many of which could be for-profit entities, into new geographic areas, including states with limited charter school options, which it seems like an odd priority for colleagues who constantly say they want education decisions made by states. And as I've said before, the challenges in our education system are not caused by a lack of schools, but by a lack of equitable and adequate support for students in the schools we already have. If our shared goal is to create the best educational opportunities for all students, let's focus on grant programs and policies that fund evidence-based improvements in all of our schools, including our traditional public schools, not blank checks from management organizations, again, many of which are accountable to shareholders instead of students and families. My Republican colleagues have cited charter school enrollment increases as justification for this bill. I question how much of any of this growth in enrollment can be attributed to virtual and online charter schools, which create significant equity issues regarding access, and importantly, have consistently shown abysmal academic outcomes for their students. And I will be later offering an amendment to limit funds under this bill so that they don't go to these abysmal online charter schools. And additionally, although my colleagues tout enrollment increases, I would like to note that more than a quarter of all charter schools close within 5 years of opening. often after receiving a lot of federal funding, and fewer than half of all charter schools make it to 20 years of operation. These closures are most commonly a result of either low enrollment or fraud and mismanagement, which directly contradict the majority's rationale for promoting this bill. I do support giving families a choice in their children's educational experiences, but the best way to do that is fairly with more magnet school options within our public school system. Funneling taxpayer money into charter management organizations without meaningful transparency and accountability requirements for how that money is spent is deeply irresponsible and actually risks harming students, especially our most vulnerable students. I also want to note that this bill would completely remove the current requirement that the Secretary conduct interim reviews of grants to confirm that the funding is being used appropriately. It's a little baffling. I'm not sure if that's because they're afraid of accountability or they don't want there to be a Secretary of Education, but the bottom line is that we need more oversight, not less. I encourage the majority to hold future hearings and markups on bills that would actually strengthen and protect our entire public school system, including the Rebuild America's Schools Act, the American Teacher Act, the IDEA Full Funding Act, my Arts Education for All Act, which is bipartisan, and the Safe Schools Improvement Act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, wish to be recognized? You're recognized. No.
Mr. Fines.
Oh. Does the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine, seek to be recognized?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I just want to speak in favor of the bill and speak to the nature of charter schools. In Florida, we have about 400,000 students who attend charter schools. That's about 10% of the overall total. And about 13% of students who attend school in Florida attend a charter school. And I spent my 8 years in the legislature working on education. I chaired K-12 education for 2 years. I toured many of these charter schools. And what I found is the vast majority of them opened in response to the failure of a government run school to meet the needs of the students. Now, lots of people talk about the fact that some charter schools open runs never seem to close, no matter how poorly they perform, no matter how much the students that go there had suffer. The answer always seems to be throw money at a failing solution. Charter schools have operated in Florida, particularly in some of our lowest income neighborhoods with some of our students who need the assistance the most, but they are public schools. And if a parent does not like the education that their child is getting, they can take them home. The fact that the federal government has a role to play to help these charter schools, frankly, many of which are not on the same playing field. We say they are public schools, but they do not get the same funding as a traditional government school. Often the per student funding is lower, and certainly the capital available to build those schools is lower. So these schools already operate at a substantial disadvantage to their government-run counterparts. This bill takes a relatively small program, but makes it easier and simpler for states to participate in it as we give those students the opportunity to get the best education for them. 10% of those kids, 10% in Florida, 13% overall, a number that is growing every year. I have met with parents who have been desperate to get their kids into some of these charter schools who ask me, what can I do? Because the government school can't meet the needs of my child. These schools are generally lower income, more minority based, not because they are forced there, but because their parents are desperate for them to go there. So I appreciate Representative McKenzie bringing this bill forward. I appreciate the committee for making it a priority, and I would urge all of my colleagues to support the bill. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have significant concerns about this bill. The current law sets clear objectives with the Charter Schools Program, CSP. 65% of the funds go to state entities, that's state educational agencies, state governors, charter school authorizing boards, or charter school support organizations to support the startups, replication, or expansion of high-quality charter schools through subgrants to charter developers. 12.5% of the funds allocated to various methods of facility financing assistance for the acquisition, construction, and renovation of facilities. And the final 22.5% is allocated to national activities, which include opening, replication, and expansion by charter management organizations, grants to developers in states without a charter entity, and dissemination and evaluation grants. This bill significantly alters the amounts reserved for each of those categories. Most significantly, it reduces the state entity grants from 65% to 35% and provides the U.S. Secretary of Education with discretion to reallocate that 35%. This flexibility about how charter school funding can be spent is substantial change from CSP's authorizing language, potentially reducing by more than half where the bulk of the CSP funding has gone in the past and therefore changing the focus of CSP. And in fact, it would permit the U.S. Secretary more than triple the amount of funds used for stability financing assistance and more than double the amount used for national activities rather than use those funds for state entity grants, which traditionally work their way down to the developers, schools, and students. This represents a potentially significant increase to charter management organizations. This means more money for the larger, more established management organizations and less money for new charter developers and ideas and less money that goes to actual schools for students and teachers. Moreover, the bill ignores reports of fraud, waste, and abuse. Over the past few years, the 2016 audit by the Office of the Inspector General in the U.S. Department of Education, the OIG and Department of Education concluded that charter school relationships with charter management organizations lacked internal controls, had oversight that led to conflicts of interest, had insufficient segregation of duties and party-related transactions, and included risks of lack of accountability of federal funds, risk of waste, fraud, and abuse, and risk that schools are not providing students with the services required by the federal programs. Additionally, a 2022 OIG report found that for CSP funds distributed between 2013 and 2016, grantees, including management organizations, opened or expanded only 51% of the schools promised and for which they received funding. More recently, the 2023 OIG report found that charter management organizations did not always address compliance issues, and the charter schools with highly problematic applications still received millions of dollars from CSP. This bill does nothing to address those problems, yet increases the amount of funding that may go to charter management organizations, thereby increasing the potential for waste, fraud, and abuse. The bill opens the door for significant and extended expenditures by the permitting sub-grant funding to be used for hiring and compensation, transportation, and other costs throughout the grant program. Bill allows state entities to use developers' application to become a charter school within the state in lieu of a sub-grant application, thereby weakening application requirements and circumventing federal statutory application requirements so long as state laws for becoming a charter are met. For example, federal law requires that developers describe how they will include parent and community input in the charter school. However, if a state does not require this, the application to be a charter school used in lieu of an application for a sub-grant, then the requirement is no longer necessary. While far from perfect, the charter schools program does include some oversight provisions built into the law to protect students and taxpayers. Instead of strengthening these provisions, the bill erodes transparency, accountability, and oversight. For example, it reduces the amount of funds reserved for technical assistance, disseminating best practices, and evaluating the impact of the charter school programs, including that on student achievement. Then it waters down the impact of the remaining funds for these purposes by expanding what the funds can be used for. The bill also eliminates interim reviews and reports and peer review of grant applications for quality assurance. So instead of addressing the challenges that we know exist in the charter school system and making improvements to the program to address the needs of students, this bill reduces transparency and accountability and provides flexibility that puts the interests of management organizations and financial structures first. For those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Indiana wish to be recognized?
I'll save my recognition until the amendment gets filed.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva, seek to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
One of the things I've heard very clearly is this idea that charter schools need more flexibility. Part of the concern that I have is when I served on the school board for 20 years in Tucson Unified, many times at the 40th day of funding and the 100th day, students come back to our schools because many of the charters do not provide funding for special education. And when you look at the 500 students that came back to, as an example, to Tucson Unified, the majority were special education, credit deficient, and English language learners in the school year of 24-25. The other concern that I have is charter schools don't need more flexibility. They need to be required to follow the rules, the same rules and regulations that our traditional K-12 system has. Charter school sponsors in Arizona have been able to enrich themselves with little accountability or oversight. Many created LLCs when purchasing property and with public dollars. And once those schools closed, and many of them closed sooner, obviously, and has been already stated, they sell the property, those dollars are pocketed. I have two documents that I would like to submit for the record. One is lawmaker Eddie Farnsworth, who was an Arizona state senator at the time, nets $13.9 million in charter school sales. And another charter school founder, Mr. Damon Kramer, I apologize, paid himself and his company over $24 million in dividends and distributions while students were failing. And so what we need to do is speak to.
Without objection, they will be entered.
Thank you. One of the things we need to do is speak to the issue that continues to come up in our school systems, is that there is no accountability. There is no safeguard. Once these schools fail our children, they come back to the traditional school system, and the time had passed for those schools to be able to net full year of funding, and so they get daily membership funding. And that is not acceptable, it's not okay, and I think that the regulations for a traditional K-12 system should apply here. When I hear comments that charter schools should do what they do best, educating children, just delete the charter. Our schools need to be able to do what they do best and not be bogged down by more bureaucracy. And our charter schools, especially in Arizona, seem to be thriving under this environment of less accountability, and I'm strongly oppose any suggestion that we should lessen those requirements at this point. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized to speak on this amendment? Mr. Owens. Does the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, wish to speak?
Thank you.
You're recognized.
This amendment is very similar to this is Mrs. Scott's. Is this Mrs. Scott's? Okay. I'll yield back.
I thank the gentleman. There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? The gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, BONAMI 069.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7082, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, identifier BONAMI_069.
Does the gentleman from Utah wish to reserve a point of order? A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I said in my remarks on the, in opposition to the ANS, we need more accountability, not less. I want to start my remarks by expressing some concern about the pejorative term of failing government schools. This notion that government schools, that has roots back in the Jim Crow era of segregation. It's very concerning to hear it in this room today. I'm trying to figure out if my colleagues want to have it both ways, because you're saying that charters are public schools, but then they're criticizing what they call failing government schools, which is extremely concerning. We need to focus on the overwhelming, as my colleague from Arizona said, the overwhelming number of students who are in traditional public schools. But with this amendment, Mr. Chairman, we know that state entities get federal funding under the Charter Schools Program, which is authorized by the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And those are funds to eligible entities to support the development, implementation, and replication of high-quality charter schools, as well as to provide technical assistance to carry out the state's charter school program. My amendment attempts to place some guardrails on these taxpayer dollars. We know that virtual charter schools are not doing a good job educating our nation's students. In fact, in 2021, the Washington Post called them the worst performing schools in the charter sector. And in 2022, a USGAO report found that virtual charter schools had significantly lower proficiency rates on state tests compared with other school types. And there are numerous examples of online charter schools and their dismal results. The GAO report also found that virtual charter schools pose increased financial risks for both state and federal funds. And despite this, there has been an increase in virtual charter school enrollment since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, there's a space for online learning in some circumstances, but entire virtual charter schools are extremely problematic. I dealt with this in the state legislature. It was extremely concerned. The equity issues are concerning. The results are very concerning. So to guarantee the responsible use of limited federal education dollars, my amendment prohibits state entities from using any charter school grant funds it receives for virtual charter schools. This is just one step toward creating more transparency and accountability in the charter school program and providing a quality education to all children attending all public schools. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does the gentleman from Utah insist on a point of order? The reservation is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? The gentleman from Indiana, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate my colleague's amendment, but it has several fundamental flaws. Most significantly, it creates a blanket ban on promising technology instead of taking a targeted approach to preserve the benefits of virtual schooling while curbing potential downsides. All online education is not the same. During the pandemic, many families turned to homeschooling, virtual tutoring, and online resources when Democrat-led crackdowns kept schools closed for years on end. In that situation, traditional schools had to pivot quickly to online schooling, never having done that previously. And parents need educational options. They need options in case Democrat politicians try to shut down schools again. Parents also need options if no high-quality school is located near their home. And parents need options if the child does not thrive in an in-person environment. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, ranking member?
Move to strike the last word.
You are recognized.
Thank you. Very briefly, just to emphasize the points that were made. The rates, when you look at rates of graduation dropping out in college enrollment, these virtual schools do worse. There's no point in using precious federal funds to fund such organizations, and they should be prohibited, as this amendment does, and I would support the amendment. Yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I do, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard something that I thought was quite offensive. The notion that my use of the term failing government schools somehow evokes something out of Jim Crow. I'd never heard that before, despite having worked in education policy for 10 years. So I went and used the old Google and the Grok, and I couldn't find any mention of that term being used in that time period. But I do want to talk about failing government schools, because a government school is a school run by the government. And the reason it is an important term to use is because not all public schools are operated by the government. It is not a pejorative term, it is a factual term. But here is something that is pejorative. In the city of Baltimore, there are 13 government schools in which not a single student is proficient in math. They are failing government schools. In Minnesota, there are 19 government-run schools where not a single student is proficient in math. That is a failing government school. And in Illinois, in schools where they spend up to $35,000 a year per student, there are 80 schools where not a single student is proficient in math. Those are failing government schools. And I would hypothesize that in the vast majority of those schools, they're overwhelmingly minority students that are being failed by their government. Virtual charter schools offer school choice to those who live in rural areas. I often dealt, as I expanded school choice in Florida, from my rural colleagues who said school choice is a fiction. It's an artifice of people who live in cities, people who live in suburbs. But in my small rural county, we're lucky to be able to fill up one school. How can we have multiple bricks and mortar schools? What virtual schools allow is those rural communities to have options that the cities and the suburbs may have. All schools can have problems, but I think I talked about over 100 failing government schools that have much bigger problems. The solution to this is not to lock people in these kinds of schools. It is to give them the choice so they can escape their failing government schools. Virtual schools are simply one such option, and that's why opposing this amendment is so important. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else seek to speak on this amendment? I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would be in opposition to this amendment for the simple fact that it is an effort to maintain the status quo. We have seen parents and families all across this country rise up and use their voices to speak for change in their local educational opportunities. And what we have seen is great amounts of innovation come into this space. And we have seen during the COVID and after the COVID pandemic that when these educational opportunities arose online, what public schools, traditional public schools, did in response was they innovated. They found ways to push back and come up with their own online educational opportunities, increasing flexibility, increasing opportunities for students all across this country. Without that competition, those changes would have never occurred. And so again, what this amendment does, it is another roadblock to parent and educational choice, and it is an effort to maintain the status quo that so many people are looking for changes and new opportunities. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment, and with that, I yield back to the chairman. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any others who wish to speak on this amendment? The Bonamici amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for purposes of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk, Scott VA 50051.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier SCOTVA_051.
I reserve point of order.
The gentleman from Utah reserves a point of order. I now recognize the gentlelady from Oregon, or excuse me. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would simply require that state entities include an assessment of racial segregation in any community in which a proposed charter school will be located, a strategy of how the proposed charter school will effectively address desegregation in the community, and an assurance that that strategy will be carried out. The Civil Rights Project, first found in 2003, the charter schools were more segregated than traditional public schools, findings that were confirmed again in 2010 and 2024. According to the last report, in 2024, segregation in suburban charter schools is increasing such that in 2019, approximately 27% of the suburban charter schools are comprised of 90 to 100% Black and Hispanic students. In the new charter charter schools located in the suburbs to the top 25 metro areas, students of color were disproportionately represented, with 44% Hispanic students and 26% white students. Segregation of Asian students has also increased. Moreover, many charter schools are segregated by more than one factor, such as race, socioeconomic status, class, and English language learners. Public schools, according to the GAO, are more segregated today than at any time since the late 1960s. Segregation of students by race and income has dramatically increased over the past 2 decades. The share of K through 12 public schools that were high poverty and comprised of mostly Black and Hispanic students nearly doubled between 2000 and 2013. Segregated schools mean segregated opportunities. We've known that since 1954. We've acknowledged that since 1954 in the Brown v. Board of Education decision. Meanwhile, school desegregation has proven to close achievement gaps and produce lifelong benefits by providing students of color access to the same resources as other students. Most rigorous report to date on school integration showed that Black students who attended desegregated schools throughout their K through 12 career were more likely to graduate from high school, attend college, and attend more selective colleges and complete colleges. Benefit is not merely limited to academics. Just 5 years of attending a court-ordered desegregation school significantly increased Black workers' earnings and significantly reduced their likelihood of experiencing poverty. School desegregation brings us one step closer to fulfilling the promise of Brown v. Board of Education, and the federal government should support these efforts in all public schools, including charter schools. All students should be provided with a quality public education that enables them to reach their full potential. And so I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Go back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from Utah wish to reserve the point of order?
Yes, I'd like to reserve point of order.
Would you wish to withdraw?
I'm sorry, I'd like to withdraw my point of
We'll
order.
give you what you want.
Thank you. Okay.
Does the gentleman wish to speak on the amendment?
I do. Thank you so much.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
This amendment is very similar to the amendment Mr. Scott proposed during the summer's markup, empower charter schools, educators to lead. I will repeat the same arguments I made at that point. Racial segregation is wrong. It's illegal under the Civil Rights Act. It's immoral. It violates fundamental American values of fairness, equal opportunity, and equality before the law. If minority students choose a public charter school, racial diversity is in any given school may increase or decrease, but that's not an example of legally mandating segregation. Instead, it's an example of parents, regardless of their race, seeking out the very best education option for their kids. And I just want to add on to what Mr. Fine said earlier. Of all the things that we just mentioned, how kids are leaving or parents want to leave failing schools, just go back to California, who's done this regulations very, very well. 2017, 75% of the Black boys could not read and write. And I'm sure many of these parents who love their kids would love to have the choice of going to a public charter school. According to the Stanford University study, the students in poverty achieve in charter schools additional 23 days of learning and reading and 17 days in math. Many charter schools have narrowed the achievement gap between Black and white students. 7% of charter schools even reverse the achievement gap, with Black students performing equally or better than white students. The question is, why is it this public schools is being attacked or put down by my Democratic friends? It's because it is successful. It gives a choice to leave terrible public schools to ones that gives them more of an option. The charter school sector does not need more red tape, it needs less. One more way to encourage the creation of more charter schools and to help more minority students, to make it easier, not harder, for charter schools to expand. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and favor underlining bill. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else seek recognition? The gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much. I'd like to strike the last word in support of the ranking member's amendment. This amendment is reasonable, limited, and long overdue. It asks charter school applicants seeking federal funds to do something very basic, to understand the communities they're entering, to assess existing patterns of segregation, and to explain how their proposed school will contribute to access and inclusion rather than deepen divides. This is not a mandate. This is not federal micromanagement, and it's not an attack on charter schools. It's reasonable stewardship of federal dollars. We know, and the evidence is clear, that charter expansion can have very different impacts depending on how it is designed. Some schools broaden access, some unintentionally exacerbate segregation by race, income, or disability, ignoring that reality does not make it go away. This amendment does not presume bad intent. It does not require a specific outcome, and it does not tell schools who to enroll or how to operate. It simply requires transparency and intentionality before federal dollars are awarded. If an applicant believes their school will serve students equitably, explaining how school how should not be a burdensome. If a school has a strategy to promote diversity and access, then this amendment gives them space to articulate it. And if an applicant has not considered these issues at all, that is precisely why Congress should pause before investing taxpayer funds. Federal education policy should not be blind to content. It should not reward expansion without understanding impact. And it should not pretend that segregation is someone else's problem. This amendment strengthens the charter schools program by aligning it with longstanding civil rights principles and common sense planning. It helps ensure that public dollars expand opportunity rather than narrow it. And it restores balance to a bill that otherwise weakens oversight without addressing past failures. Supporting this amendment is not anti-charter. It's pro-student, it's pro-community, and it's pro-accountability. I urge my colleagues to support the Scott Amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purposes does the gentlelady from Oregon seek to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of the ranking members.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of the ranking members amendment, which is critically important. But I also want to remind this committee that when we talk about our public school system, most of the people in this, most of the students in this country go to traditional public schools, which some of my colleagues are calling failing public schools or failing government schools. When we look at the percentage of parents who are saying we need help, we want a choice to put our student in another program, we also cannot turn away from the overwhelming majority who are in traditional public schools. I don't think the term failing public school makes sense. A school is a building. If students aren't doing well in that school, we need to ask as policymakers here on the Education Committee, why are they not doing well? Are they hungry? Are they homeless? Are they afraid of gun violence? Do they need more project-based learning? Do they need smaller classes? Do they need a broader curriculum? Let's ask those questions before we focus only on the involved families who say, I want a better option for my student. We should be caring about all of the students in this country, not just those with the involved parents who say, I want to make things better. And I'll just note, Mr. Chairman, that as a public school parent for years and years and years, I did what I could to make it better for all students, not just my own children. And that's the approach that we should take on all of the students. Instead of talking about failing public schools, we should ask what support those students need, what changes do we need to make for all of the students so they can all do well. But in the meantime, I do support Mr. Scott's amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. For what purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania seek to be recognized?
To speak on the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find this amendment to be wholly unnecessary based on current federal law that already does what the maker of this amendment is seeking to do. So just simply unnecessary, redundant to those other parts of statute. And so I would encourage a no vote. But I would also like to speak to what is going on in our local school district that is in a majority minority city where the English proficiency is 17% at the traditional public school. The math proficiency is 10.5%, and the graduation rate is 77%. Those students, those minority students, are opting to go to a local charter school, but there is a wait list that is holding them back from more opportunities where they can go to a school district that has higher English and math proficiencies and a 95% graduation rate. That is what we want for all students, not just minority students, but all students. And so doing anything to say that this is in some way disadvantaging our minority students is the exact opposite of what is going on. We would like more flexibility to expand an existing program like that to give more opportunity to all students, including the minority students in that school district. So again, I would encourage a no vote on this unnecessary amendment. And with that, I yield back to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the Scott amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote is ordered pursuant to chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082? For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment of the desk. It's designated GAO 01.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott_GAO_01.
Does the gentleman from Utah reserve?
Reserve, point of order.
Point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman, Mr. Scott from Virginia, the ranking member, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment would require the GAO to conduct a study on charter schools and educational disparities of underrepresented students compared with their peers, as well as charter schools' treatment of underrepresented students. While there's certainly high-quality charter schools, it's imperative that we address the concerns and issues that have surrounded many charter schools for decades, including whether charter schools meet the academic outcomes of students on par with traditional public schools, including reports that charter schools are more segregated than traditional public schools, most recently for suburban Black, Asian, and Hispanic students. Reports that charter schools often utilize harsher punishments than traditional public schools, and Black students and students with disabilities are disproportionately punished. The fact that charter schools are not bound to hire only certified teachers the way that public schools are, and therefore students at charter schools may be taught by less experienced and less qualified teachers than those at traditional public schools. And data showing that enrollment of students with disabilities in charter schools consistently lags behind traditional public schools, and once enrolled, students with disabilities are pushed out of charter schools at a higher rate than their non-disabled peers. Public schools need to serve all students so that they can succeed in life, and identifying disparities and discrimination within the charter system will help address the problems so we can find solutions. So I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Utah?
I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Reservation is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment by Mr. Scott? Does the gentleman, Mr. McKenzie from Pennsylvania, wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The CSP already requires extensive evaluations and reporting on student performance. And while the details of reporting requirements vary by sub-program, raising achievement for student subgroups is already a focus of this program. For instance, the term high-quality charter school is defined in existing law as, among other things, a school that has, quote, demonstrated success in increasing student achievement including graduation rates where applicable for each of the subgroups of students. In other words, to be considered a high-quality charter school under the CSP, a charter must increase performance for each subgroup, not just for students in general, and not just for one or two of the subgroups. So finally, establishing something like this is already done, and so I think the amendment is unnecessary. It wouldn't help achieve the goal. It would just create more studies and reporting, which there is ample evidence and information out there available. And again, we are looking to make sure that the funds that go out through the federal government go to those schools that are the highest achieving, high-quality charter schools. This legislation will be able to most directly steer that money to those programs. This amendment is unnecessary, and so for those reasons, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Thank you. Are there any others who seek recognition on the Scott amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A roll call is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082? Seeing none, further action on H.R. 7082 is postponed. We'll now move to consider the next bill. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 7086 for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7086, a bill to support the creation and implementation of state policies, as well as the expansion of existing state policies for improving the quality and affordability of charter school facilities, and to authorize the provision of technical assistance to support the growth and expansion of high-quality charter schools.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Any amendment offered shall be considered as read.
Keep on going, sir. We can't.
I call for suspending for a minute. You don't have a guy. To bring us back to where we were before we suspended without objection the first reading of this bill, H.R. 7086 is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. Does anyone seek to be recognized? Representative Kiley, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7086, offered by Mr. Kiley of California, identifier H.R. 7086_ANS.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize Mr. Kiley for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Equitable Access to School Facilities Act makes targeted improvements to the state charter school facilities incentive grant program. Charter schools often lack access to the same facilities financing tools available to traditional public schools, and many states and schools are unable to participate in this program as it is. This bill simplifies the state match requirement to a flat 40%, opens eligibility to additional states by expanding beyond per pupil charter facilities aid programs, and clearly outlines the information required in grant applications so states know exactly what is expected. Charter schools play an important role in expanding educational opportunity. As mentioned at the beginning of this hearing, research from Stanford's Credo Center show that charter students on average gain the equivalent of 6 additional days of learning per year in math and 16 additional days in reading, with even greater gains for students in poverty. Yet despite this success, charter schools frequently struggle to access adequate facilities. By removing unnecessary barriers and expanding eligibility to approximately 23 additional states, this bill helps ensure more charter schools can access facilities funding and better serve students and families. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, makes a technical adjustment to assure the table of contents in the underlying Elementary and Secondary Education Act is appropriately updated and clarifies that grantees may access the revolving loan fund for the duration of their grant, not just for the first 2 years of the grant. This legislation does not create a new program, does not increase federal spending, and does not invite federal micromanagement of charter schools. Instead, it strengthens an existing program so it works as Congress intended. With many families facing long waiting lists for charter schools, this bill takes a practical step to support high-quality schools and expand opportunity. I urge adoption of the amendment and support for the underlying bill, and yield back the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Does the gentleman, the ranking member from Virginia, Mr. Scott, wish to be recognized? You are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have concerns about this bill. It reduces the amount of funding available to state entities for opening and replicating or expanding high-quality charter schools in order to allow funds to be used for continued operations or obtaining, renovating, or rehabilitating facilities through a revolving loan fund. Simultaneously, the bill expands the role of state entities to assist in locating and accessing facilities for charter schools, as well as providing assistance to a future or current charter school to bring its facility into compliance with state and local building codes. The bill also expands allowable uses of funds by charter developers to include repairs, renovations, and building out of charter school facilities. It's unclear what building out means. The bill narrows reporting requirements under the credit enhancement grants, which are used to leverage private financing by capping the number of years that a grantee must submit annual reports. This will reduce transparency and oversight. The bill eliminates the per pupil facilities aid program and replaces it with a new state facilities aid program. The new program provides funding to state entities with aid charter school facilities. However, the allowable uses of the funds are much broader than under current law. Under the new grant program, grants can be used to fund or create financing for acquiring, leasing, or renovating facilities, as well as ongoing facilities costs. Funds under the new program can also be shifted and used to establish, maintain, or supplement a reserve account under the credit enhancement program. The federal share of the state facilities aid program remains a constant 60% for the duration of the grant, providing no incentive to the state entities to increase their self-sufficiency. In addition, the non-federal share of the grant may be funded in whole or in part by one or more other organizations with no specifications on the types of these organizations. The new state facilities aid program establishes priorities where none exist under current law. These priorities favor states that are already more charter-friendly and more charter facilities-friendly, thereby effectively ensuring that the number of charter schools will continue to grow and more quickly in those states. What is most concerning is that there is no oversight or evaluation requirement to determine how the program is working or the effects of the program. While the charter schools do face challenges in locating and accessing facilities, funding to assist their facilities needs should not come at the expense of transparency, accountability, and oversight. For those reasons, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the bill and yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Every student deserves a high-quality education that prepares that student for success later in life. And among those pathways that can lead to that is charter schools. They provide these opportunities. We've heard from Mr. Kiley about Stanford Center on Research, the outcomes that they have seen of average improvements in learning. And the gains are even stronger for at-risk students. Students in poverty, according to the study, achieve an additional 23 days of learning and reading and 17 days in math. And for many families, charter schools offer a vital pathway to a better education. Unfortunately, charter schools often struggle to access facilities that they need. Traditional public schools can raise money for facilities through municipal bonds, unlike charter schools. Charter schools may also be denied access to public buildings and often lack local funding options for school construction and renovation. And that's why the federal charter school program is so important. Representative Sismani's bipartisan Equitable Access to School Facilities Act, H.R. 7086, strengthens CSP facilities section by simplifying the program requirements, opening the program up to 23 more states, and incentivizing states to adopt policies that support charter schools. This bill does not create a new program or new spending. It does not invite federal micromanagement of charter schools, as we've heard previously, and it does not defund traditional public schools. Instead, the bill just simply removes barriers so more charter schools can access facilities and serve more students. And with thousands of students on charter school waiting lists nationwide, the demand is there. And we should do everything that we can to support the growth of new high-quality charter schools. I strongly support the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who would like to offer amendments? Does the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, seek to be recognized?
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7086, offered by Mr. Norcross of New Jersey, identifier NORCRO_035.
Does the gentleman from Utah?
I reserve point of order.
Point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for having this discussion. I think one item that we can all agree upon, particularly the focus of this committee, is education opens doors for that next generation. I was lucky enough as a young man to be an apprentice electrician, worked my way through. And something that we certainly know is education is more than just college. It's what you can do to give yourself a career. And that's why I think the amendment that I have introduced is so important. Very simply, this applies Davis-Bacon prevailing wage to all construction projects funded in part or in whole by this charter school program, including the credit enhancement grants, which is part of the new state facilities aid program. We've done the granting of this for the years now, but in particular, the last 2 cycles, and we're about to appropriate another $500 million into this year's or next year's 2026 that hopefully we're voting on very shortly. Of this, the charter school program is approximately $62.5 million. And this is what we want to talk about. To put Davis-Bacon and to remind people who might not have been here all that long, is Davis-Bacon was an initiative by Republican Senator James Davis of Pennsylvania and a Republican Congressman Robert Bacon of New York. And it was signed into law by a Republican President Herbert Hoover in 1931. And this has been the bedrock of making sure that that next generation in construction will be there with the skill sets that they need. Because what Davis-Bacon does is take an assessment of regional wages and benefits. I want to repeat that. This is regional and sets up a prevailing wage. Most people are aware of it, but it is so important. As we talk here of not able to attract that next generation, whether it was to shipbuilding or generally those jobs that were outside that are sometimes hot, cold, all the difficulties, we as a country have had some issues attracting. What better way to continue to attract that is to make sure that there's a level playing field across the country, and we are raising the standards for that next generation. I think this is a common sense bill that I believe we all can work with. We've done it before since 1931, and I think this would just be an idea that time has reemerged to attract that next generation. And with that, I would urge all members of this committee to vote for this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman insist on a point of order?
Yes, I withdraw my point of order.
The reservation is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Federal prevailing wage standards such as Davis-Bacon Act have helped ensure that workers on federal projects are afforded fair wages and are protected from exploitation, while simultaneously ensuring that public investments yield high-quality work. By requiring that any school construction funded under this bill are covered by prevailing wage standards by the Act, we can ensure that workers will be paid fair wages and that the projects will meet high standards. And that is a good goal. We've adopted that idea in the past, and I hope that we would recognize that our students deserve well-constructed schools and the workers deserve fair pay for a day's work. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any others who wish to be recognized? The gentleman from Utah, the vice chairman of the committee, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, real quick point. Just want to educate everyone on the Davis-Bacon and where it started. It started because there were, in 1931, Black entrepreneurs coming from the South wanted to be part of the process of building up in this part of the country, in the Northeast. And these congressmen decided they didn't want that to happen. So Davis-Bacon was really a way to stop Black entrepreneurs from competing. And we need to move this thing forward, realize let the free market work. Let the free market decide instead of union wages and union workers only having those opportunities. I think when that happens, we get the best price, the best product, and our country can thrive in that process. So with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Are there any others who wish to be recognized on this amendment? I then recognize myself for 5 minutes. While I certainly respect the desire to make sure that quality work is done on any project, I too agree with my colleague and friend from Utah that this amendment does not afford that opportunity, or would it necessarily be required? The Davis-Bacon Act requires the payment of government-determined prevailing wages on federal construction projects costing more than $2,000. In 2023, the Biden-Harris Department of Labor promulgated a flawed Davis-Bacon rule that expanded the scope through regulation. Davis-Bacon requirements disproportionately harm the ability of small businesses to compete on federal construction projects. Those are the businesses significantly found in my district across southern Michigan. This is especially problematic because more than 82% of the construction industry is employed by a small business. The amendment is a distraction that adds burdensome requirements, which in the end are a bad deal for small businesses and taxpayers, and the concern that we address here for education purposes with the charter schools. For that reason, I must oppose this amendment. Are there any others who wish to be recognized on this amendment? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I am in favor of this amendment. I think it's important for us to provide a prevailing wage, important for us as the federal government to keep pushing good jobs for our families and the people in our communities. And I would like to send the balance of my time to Representative Norcross.
Thank you. So I appreciate that we're having a discussion on this issue, and certainly, as we can see, there are different views. But when we look at small, rather large contractors, I couldn't agree with you most. This levels the playing field, in particular for those small contractors. So everybody is playing on a level playing field. As I mentioned earlier, it's incredibly important to understand how this wage issue is assessed. And they're each done by localities. In our state, it goes county by county. They do this every 3 years, an assessment. Now, the good part about having Davis-Bacon levels the playing field so small contractors can compete with large contractors. And quite frankly, as you said, the vast majority of work is done by what they consider small contractors. But here's the one item that most people don't understand. This committee and many of us get requests all the time for the federal government to fund apprenticeship programs. The remarkable thing about this is the vast majority of those contractors who are covered under Davis-Bacon and have those collective bargaining rights, they have included the money to fund these schools. So when you apply Davis-Bacon, you're also making sure that part of that money goes to the local training and apprenticeship program. So we don't have to come back and fund on top of this. The Department of Labor on registered programs in the construction industry by far understands that the training programs that are out there are the finest in the country and are building those. The money that is part of the Davis-Bacon goes directly to fund apprenticeship programs, which I know we all care about. With that, I yield back to the gentlewoman.
Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate this discussion. And certainly when it comes to apprenticeships and career and technical education and the investment in that, incredibly important. But we're talking about access to education with this bill. And the Department of Labor estimates that Davis-Bacon adds increased costs of 7 to 20%. I know that's a big range, but even a 7% increase can kill a project. 20% is probably lethal to a local education project in terms of construction. And so I think this amendment represents a tax on education, which can prevent access in the end of achieving the educational goals that are set out. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else seek recognition on the Norcross amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call is ordered pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7086? I recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Virginia. What do you wish to be recognized for?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the Des Scott AMD 01.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7086, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia, identifier Scott_AMD_01.
Does the gentleman from Utah wish to reserve a point of order? Point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bill replaces, the bill replaces the current per pupil facilities aid program with a new state's facility aid program to enable state entities to aid in charter school facilities needs. However, the allowable uses of the funds are much broader than under current law. For example, funding can be used to fund or create financing for acquiring, leasing, or renovating facilities, as well as ongoing facilities costs. Funds can also be used to establish and maintain a reserve account in states that did not receive a credit enhancement grant, which are used to leverage private financing, or to further fund a reserve account in states that did not receive the credit enhancement grant. Unlike the existing program, the per pupil facilities, unlike the present program, the per pupil facilities aid program, under which the federal share is gradually reduced from 90% to 20%, the federal share of the proposed program, the state facilities aid program, remains constant at 60% each year of the grant. Moreover, the non-federal share of the grant may be funded in whole or in part by one or more other organizations with no specifications on the types of organizations. Most notably, the state facilities aid program would establish priorities where none exist in current law. These priorities would favor states that already have more charter-friendly schools and more charter facilities, and are therefore effectively ensuring that the number of charter schools will continue to grow more quickly in those states. Despite all of these novel aspects of the new program, there's no oversight or evaluation requirement to determine how the program is working or the effects of the program. So my amendment would reserve at least 5% of the funding under the new program for an annual evaluation of the program by state entities and the Secretary to create transparency, accountability, and oversight and determine the efficacy of this new program. It would also change the optional reservation of up to 5% of funding to a required reservation of at least 5% for technical assistance, dissemination, and other evaluations. Changes to the charter schools program needs to meet the needs of the students and parents while maintaining accountability for taxpayers. And it is impossible to create a new program. It is irresponsible to create a new program without studying its effectiveness. These reasons, this amendment is necessary, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Yield back.
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Yonder of Missouri, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, to speak on the amendment. This amendment forces state entities to reserve an additional 5% of their funds for evaluations in addition to the 5% that's already reserved for evaluations, technical assistance, and dissemination, and requires the state entity to conduct annual evaluations of their grantees, to submit reports to the Secretary of Education, and the Secretary to submit a comprehensive report to Congress every year. Charter schools are being choked with too much red tape. This amendment makes the problem worse, not better. Of course, we all want to make sure charter school funds are used responsibly. That's why the bill already allows states to reserve 5% of funds to carry out evaluations, provide technical assistance, and disseminate information. This is the same provision as in current law. This amendment would require states to withhold 10% in total for evaluations. If the existing 5% level is inadequate, the burden of proof is on my Democrat colleagues to show why existing law has fallen short and why doubling this reservation is essential. Finally, this amendment has large paperwork requirements that will dramatically increase the red tape facing grantees. That's exactly the problem we're trying to fix today. Charter schools should be able to spend more time educating children and not filling out forms. I'm opposed to this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it and in favor of the underlying bill.
Gentleman yields back.
Yield back.
Is there anyone else to speak on the amendment? Seeing that there are none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Virginia. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, this vote will be postponed. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 7086?
Suspend. We're gonna stop here. Suspend.
There are none, so we will suspend for a moment. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, gotcha.
Before we move to consideration of HR 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act, I'd like to take a point of privilege and acknowledge and thank the wife of Muhammad Ali, Lani Ali, for joining us here today. I'm really privileged because she and her late husband were longtime residents of my district in Buchanan, Michigan. And I know you've gone south, but your heart is still there in Buchanan, so it's still a Michigander. It's great to see you here. Join us for consideration of this important legislation in the name of your husband, an inspiration to all Americans. Thank you for being here. The committee will now proceed to consideration of that bill, HR 4624, for amendment. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
HR 4624, a bill to amend the Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996 to establish requirements for unified boxing organizations to further enhance the well-being of professional boxers and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and any amendment offered shall be considered as read. I have an amendment at the desk. The clerk will designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4624, offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, identifier ANS 4624_02.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'm proud to speak in support of HR 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act. This bill represents long overdue reform in a sport that has too often failed to prioritize the health and safety of its athletes. For decades, professional boxing operated with inadequate oversight, allowing the safety, health, and the overall well-being of boxers to take a backseat to exploitative practices, while the Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996 put better protections in place. Boxers continue to suffer under inconsistent oversight. HR 4624 addresses past failures head-on while preserving choice for athletes. If a boxer enjoys fighting under the system of sanctioning organizations, he may do so. If, however, he wants to put safety and transparency first, he may choose to join a unified boxing organization, or UBO, an entity that is required under this bill to meet the highest standards of safety, transparency, and accountability. This bill delivers reforms designed to strengthen the foundation of the support and prevent tragedy before it happens. The bill mandates comprehensive protections before, during, and after each match for boxers participating in a UBO system. These protections include annual medical exams for all fighters, including MRI scans and blood and anti-doping tests. Boxers 40 and older will also receive supplemental exams to ensure age-related risks are being monitored. Most importantly, these costs will not fall on the athletes. Along with stronger medical oversight, H.R. 4624 brings unprecedented safety protocols to live events. This bill requires multiple ambulances and ringside physicians to be present at every match and mandates strict, independently enforced anti-doping policies. These safeguards are already standard in many major sports leagues. So why should boxers be excluded from such basic protections? They shouldn't. And with this bill, they won't be. The amendment, in the nature of a substitute, extends the and strengthens safety and health protections for all professional boxers, regardless of whether they compete within or outside of a UBO. These protections include the full range of medical examinations, an increased presence of medical personnel at all boxing matches, a new certification system for ringside physicians, and consistent guidelines for testing for prohibited substances. Additionally, the ANS strengthens key industry-wide standards. Fighters receive fair pay with a guaranteed minimum of $200 per round, which is an increase from the bill's original minimum of $150 per round. The minimum insurance coverage requirement is also doubled to $50,000 with an additional $15,000 provided in the event of an accidental death. H.R. 4624 recognizes the cost of neglect and the moral obligation to protect the athletes who step into the ring. It honors the legacy of Muhammad Ali by affirming the dignity, safety, and basic rights of every boxer. I thank Representative Brian Jack for his leadership on this bipartisan bill, and I urge adoption of the ANS, and I yield back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 4624, the Muhammad Ali American Boxing Revival Act has been promoted as a solution to revive the sport of boxing. This bill would amend the Professional Boxing Safety Act of 1996 to allow the creation of a new kind of business in the sport under which a single entity called the Unified Boxing Organization has control over promotion, rankings, and governance. This bill is a dramatic shift from how professional boxing operates now in the United States. Today, the sport is largely decentralized with multiple governing bodies and powerful players. In fact, over the quarter century, federal law has mandated the separation of promoters, sanctioning bodies, and managers by imposing conflict of interest firewalls and transparency requirements in order to protect boxers and the integrity of the sport. Congress also went a step further to protect boxers' economic interests by prohibiting certain coercive contract provisions. The reforms made by Congress are critical, and that is why while I'm open to innovation, I'm concerned that the original version of H.R. 4624 does not go far enough to protect boxers and the sport from corruption. The bill would allow the owners of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC, the World Wrestling Entertainment, to dominate professional boxing with the UFC business model. UFC has drawn intense scrutiny over the power it has, the monopoly power it has in mixed martial arts and its exploitative contract provisions. These contracts essentially lock fighters in and impose near total control over their careers. These coercive provisions include automatic extensions when a fighter becomes a champion, lifetime agreements where fighters will forfeit their publicity rights, and prohibitions on fighters from negotiating with rival promoters during critical negotiating periods. Just last year, UFC settled a class action antitrust case for $375 million over the monopoly power in anti-competitive contracts that led to lower compensation for fighters. Given that approach and the absence of any provisions in the original 4624 to address coercive contracts. I'm deeply concerned that boxers who choose to sign with the Unified Boxing Organization will never have a choice to leave. Setting aside the bill's weaknesses on coercive contracts, I'm happy to see that the ANS does include provision improvements from the original bill, such as increasing the minimum payment of $200 for each round in which a boxer participates, as well as important health and safety standards. It's important to note that this bill does include many important health and safety related provisions, such as minimum health standards and requirements and protocols to deal with concussions, periodic quality physical examinations, presence of ringside medical assistance, and others. These are critical provisions which will protect the health and safety of boxers. But as I mentioned in my opening, I appreciate the good faith conversations my staff have had with the chairman's staff on this bill, and I want to acknowledge that we were able to make significant progress in a short period of time, and that progress has been reflected in the amendment in nature of a substitute. However, we're unable to resolve several key issues at the heart of the bill because of an unnecessary need by the majority to rush the bill to markup today. But I'm hoping that amendments can address these remaining deficiencies. Again, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for working with us and including many of our suggestions in the amendment in nature of a substitute, and I yield back.
I thank you, gentlemen. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at this desk, at the desk.
We're not there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're still talking about the amendment in nature of a substitute. We will recognize you at the appropriate time. Are there any other members that wish to speak on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Are there any members who wish to offer amendments? I recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, to offer his amendment.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4624, offered by Mr. Harris of North Carolina, identifier HARRNC_034.
I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment seeks to better align the bill with established industry practice and state laws in some of the nation's premier combat sports states, including Nevada. The amendment requires 2 ambulances and 2 doctors to be continuously present at professional boxing matches. This amendment does not in any way weaken current medical protections for boxers, but actually strengthens the current law standard. A boxing organization is still responsible for ensuring that fighters receive immediate professional medical care when it matters most. However, my change from the arbitrary increases in the original text avoids overreaching federal standards. The federal government should not impose confusing or impractical requirements that make it harder for boxing organizations to operate responsibly. By setting a reasonable baseline, we protect athletes, we respect state expertise, and allow the sport to flourish under modernized law. Washington should not be in the business of micromanaging an entire sport, and my amendment seeks to alleviate overreaching federal regulation, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from Virginia insist on a point of order?
No, but Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the.
Reservation is withdrawn. Does anyone seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member, Mr. Scott, to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, at the heart of this bill is a proposal for the federal law governing the sport of boxing to be amended to allow a new type of entity called the Unified Boxing Organization. Under current law, in traditional boxing, an ambulance and medical personnel must be on site during a match, standing by to handle emergencies. We want to note that many of these boxing matches include several matches. So this bill in its current form improves on those requirements to ensure that medical doctors with appropriate certifications are on site, and it calls on UBOs to invest even more in emergency personnel. The ANS also ensures that if an ambulance leaves an event to take a boxer to the hospital, that another is already on standby. Gentleman from North Carolina's amendment would reduce the number of ambulances and doctors who must be on site during a UBO boxing match, and this amendment is a step backwards from the underlying bill, so I would urge my colleagues to oppose it. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. He yields. Are there any other members who seek recognition on the Harris Amendment? If none, I recognize myself. I support the gentleman's amendment. This amendment does not reduce the quality of care boxers would receive. Instead, this amendment would still require any boxing match organized by a unified boxing organization to have 2 ringside physicians and 2 ambulances on site at all times during the event. This amendment aligns the underlying bill with the policies in several states as well as common practice in the industry. I'll be voting yes on this amendment, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment by Mr. Harris? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Is a roll call requested?
No.
Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
I recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Representative Stevens for her partnership and hard work in negotiating tirelessly and in good faith to make this bill.
Excuse me, Representative Omar, the clerk needs to report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4624, offered by Ms. Omar, Minnesota, identifier Omar_ANS 4624_05.
Reserve point of order.
A point of order is reserved. Now I recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, for her full 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank Representative Stevens for her partnership and hard work in negotiating tirelessly and in good faith to make this bill better for all boxers. This amendment addresses the issue of coercive contract by placing sensible limits on such practices. Our amendment will simply ensure that the revival of American boxing does not come at the cost of fighters' freedom to choose and to move in their own careers. Specifically, it would allow boxers to communicate with other UBOs within a month of their contract ending, require UBOs to arrange a fight for a boxer at a minimum of once every 6 months, codify the increased minimum per round payment of $200 and require UPOs must pay a boxer at least $200 for each month that the UPO arbitrarily decides not to schedule a fight for them. And most importantly, it would prohibit UPOs from signing boxers to contracts for longer than 6 years. In practice, this means we are addressing both the right for boxers to enter free agency and taking away leagues' ability to ice out boxers if they choose different directions in their careers and contracts. There is more work to be done to fully protect boxers' labor rights, such as strengthening their ability to access remedies in court, but this amendment is an important step in the right direction. Because at a minimum, no UPO should be able to use long-term restrictive contracts to effectively dictate the terms and conditions of a boxer's entire career. If we want this bill come close to living up to the legacy of the Muhammad Ali Act, then we must include these basic provisions on contract fairness. I strongly urge my colleagues to support our common sense amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
I withdraw my point of order.
I thank the gentlelady, and the point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone else seek recognition on the amendment? I recognize myself in support. Pardon? I recognize the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva, to speak on Representative Omar's amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to speak in support of the amendment. I think one of the things, well, first, we are honored to have Mrs. Ali here and in the audience, who is now an Arizonan, just so we're all clear. Thank you very much. Very excited to hear about that. You know, the Muhammad Ali Boxing Reform Act is a federal act designed to protect professional boxers from promoter exploitation, mandating financial transparency, fair contracts, and separation of management and promoter roles, while strengthening state commission oversight to combat corruption to promote fair play in the sport. This proposed legislation aims to update these protections with minimum pay, better health insurance, new structures, but it is sparking the debate of the potential changes like the TKO and the UFC, which critics fear could weaken safeguards. So I am concerned with putting UFC promoters, the system into that kind of model, because while promoters and TV deals are doing great, fighters are not necessarily. The reason why many UFC fighters are trying boxing, for example, like Conor McGregor versus Floyd, is this issue. So I am in favor of this amendment because I do think that it provides a little more safeguard to each boxer, which when we're looking and reforming boxing, I think one of the concerns that we have is making sure that that these are actual improvements and not do anything to harm the individual boxers or their careers. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. We already have Mrs. Ali's commitment to be a Michigander who'll be a snowbird in Arizona. We can work on that. We can work on that. Are there any others who wish to speak on the Omar amendment? Seeing none, I recognize myself to speak in support of the gentlelady's amendment. Allowing contracts to last 6 years gives unified boxing organizations the time for boxer development and investment, and it also aligns with industry practices among many other professional sports. Additional provisions in this amendment reinforce protections for boxers, which aligns with the bill's intent. This amendment is one of many of the provisions where our Democratic colleagues' concerns were heard and addressed in this ANS. I will be voting yes on this amendment. Are there any others who wish to speak on the Omar amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentlelady from Minnesota. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? There being no further amendments, the question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4624. Oh, this one? Further action on H.R. 4624 is postponed pursuant to the previous order. The chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We expect to reconvene promptly at 2 p.m. Thank you. So the committee now stands in recess. The committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess. We'll proceed to the postponed request for recorded votes. We'll now be voting on 3 amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082. The amendment offered by Representative Bonamici, titled Bonami_069. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. Clerk will open the board. We'd like to wait.
We're done.
Have all members who wish to be recorded voted? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 18 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We'll now go to the amendment offered by Representative Scott. Scott VA /051. The clerk, recorded vote is requested. Members record their votes using electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded or wish to be recorded? No, not yet. I know. I'll get them moving. Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We now move to the amendment offered by Mr. Scott. Scott_GAO_01. Recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7082. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 7082 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. Open the vote, please. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 15 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to H.R. 7082 as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. We'll now move to be voting on two amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7086. The amendment offered by Mr. Norcross, Norcrow_035. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 16 yeas and 18 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. We now go to the amendment offered by Ranking Member Scott, title Scott_AMD_01. The clerk will, a recorded vote is requested. Will the members vote by the electronic voting system? Open the vote, please. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? We'll wait. Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 15 yeas and 19 nays.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7086. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 7086 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 19 yeas and 15 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to H.R. 7086 as amended, and the accompanying materials shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. The question now occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended to H.R. 4624. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I hereby move that the committee report the bill H.R. 4624 to the House of Representatives with amendment and with the recommendation that the amendment be agreed to and the bill do pass. The question now occurs on the chair's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be voting yes, and I encourage the chair to continue working with us to improve the bill before it gets to the floor.
I appreciate so much that commitment, Mr. Scott, and you can count on the fact that on almost any piece of legislation, we're willing to communicate. And if we can make it better, we'll make it better.
Sounds good. Recorded vote.
A recorded vote is now requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. Please open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 30 yeas and 4 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 4624 is as amended, and the accompanying material shall be transmitted to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to today's bills without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection, so ordered. Without objection, any members who wish to insert materials in the record may do so by submitting them to the committee clerk electronically by the end of the day today. If there's no further business before the committee, without objection, the committee stands adjourned.